Hi, this is Kerby Anderson. You know, each day we take on the tough issues and provide a biblical perspective to them. The topics we cover are wide-ranging. Apologetics, theology, prophecy, creation and evolution, intelligent design, marriage, family, child-rearing, the millennial generation, friends and society, politics, economics, business, religious liberty, the Constitution, public policy, foreign policy, military policy, tensions in the Middle East, abortion, homosexuality, pornography, sexual ethics, media, technology, history, and America's godly heritage. We talk about anything that affects your faith, your family, or your freedom. So don't go anywhere, because Point of View starts right now.
Across America, live. This is Point of View. And now, Kerby Anderson.
Thank you for joining me. It is, of course, Monday edition of Point of View, and we're going to spend some time in this first hour looking, obviously, at the pandemic and some new reports coming in that I think might be helpful to you. A little bit later, we'll look at maybe some things Congress can and should do to protect individuals. One, which we talked about just the other day in terms of surveillance. Another one in terms of privacy. Those are all important. Of course, we've also talked about legal liability. And then the whole question that's before Congress, should we bail out not only the states that have been hit by the coronavirus, but bail them out when they have been fiscally irresponsible? Okay, you know the answer to that, but we will get into that. Then we'll get into some of the material that I have posted on the website. One, cooking up a criminal investigation the Obama way. I think we would cover that. And then just some other information about this whole issue of Michael Flynn, where that's going to take us. And before the hour is up, I thought we might even get into the impact that the coronavirus is having on American education. There are a lot of colleges that are just simply going to go broke, and some people have run some numbers, and it's not surprising, but it is pretty devastating. So that just covers the first hour. Then in the next hour, which is the national hour, we'll cover a couple of the other articles I've posted. One about garbage in, garbage out. You know I'd love that one because it relates to something I've talked about recently, and the unmasking of Joe Biden. Then the latter part of that hour, we'll be talking with Bill Goodrich about nursing home ministry. I thought it would be good. We probably never think about a nursing home unless you're maybe going to put your parents or grandparents in a nursing home. Then you start thinking about it for the first time, but they've really been in the news because of the devastation that's taking place. So I thought it would be good just to talk a little bit about a ministry that you can have in the nursing home and just the devastation that has happened during this pandemic. And then in the third hour, or the second national hour, however you want to look at it, 2 o'clock, we'll have General William Boykin, Jerry Boykin, his book, Man to Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World. So we'll talk a little bit about the military. We'll talk about the whole issue of men's ministry and much more. And so I just wanted to try to cover some things in the news and some other things that would be helpful for you to know about. And each day we'll try to kind of mix it up a little bit so we're not just always talking about the pandemic. But let me talk about it for just a few minutes because there is a very good piece. And again, I want to make sure I pronounce his name right. Kevin Diaratna, and he actually works with Daily Signal. He's actually at the Heritage Foundation and apparently knows a lot about computer programming and those kinds of things and models. So he and his colleague, Norbert Michael, have for some time wanted to get their hands on these models that were used. The one that caused the greatest amount of scare, as you might remember, came out of the Imperial College in England. Professor Niall Ferguson was part of that modeling team until they actually asked him to leave because it turns out that he was breaking the very same British lockdown rules that he had a role in influencing because he was getting together with his girlfriend who was married, and we won't get into all that. But nevertheless, as they point out in this article, that epidemiology, the study of the incidence, prevalence, and impact of a disease, calls upon oftentimes models to forecast potential outcomes of diseases. And of course, once COVID-19 became a pandemic, policy experts began to rely on those models, and the one that got the most amount of attention early on came out of Imperial College there in London. Now, that was the one that they ran, saying without any mitigation, you could lose, maybe have 500,000 people die in Great Britain, 2.2 million in the United States. And as they always like to point out, well, that was without any mitigation. Okay, but here's where the game gets played a little bit. They also even said that even with enhanced social distancing guidelines, shielding the elderly and all sorts of things, you'd still have 1 million deaths. So there's an attempt to sort of say, well, no, we didn't really say that. Well, yeah, you really sort of did. But nevertheless, the bottom line is the author of this particular article asked Niall Ferguson and his colleagues if they might give them some of the information, maybe the modeling, the program, or whatever. They, of course, never replied to his emails. So then Nature magazine, which is the premier science journal of the UK, said that they had been working with Microsoft to tidy up the code and make it available. So, again, that doesn't exactly show you what the original was, but okay, we'll take that. And so, again, Kevin Dayaratna actually asked the Centers for Disease Control and Microsoft and others for it, and, of course, got no response, as you might imagine. And so nobody wants to show the models that cause so much pandemic panic. Don't you love that turn of phrase, if nothing else? And so he and his colleague, Norbert Michael, actually decided to put together their own model, which, by the way, if you write to the Heritage Foundation, you can receive. So that's the first time you've got anybody with anything close to transparency. And as a result, they point out that even when they've looked at some of these other models, because there's some out of Washington and other places, each one of them are so dependent, as you might imagine, on assumptions. They're also dependent on the or-o factor. And I love what he says. He said, if you ever saw the movie Contagion in 2011, there's been a lot of people all of a sudden started watching that movie again. They talk about the average number of people that will be infected. And so he says, again, if you assume that the RO factor, the infection rate, if it's 1.5, obviously you get one answer. If it's 3.5, you get a very different answer. And so that can range from 44,000 people dead to 1.1 million dead by August. So you can see, again, so much of these are dependent upon the assumptions, and yet some of those should not be assumptions anymore. This should be data. We've had enough people that have been infected. We've had enough people that were asymptomatic. We should be able to sort this out. And if nothing else, this is one of the things that he spent some time talking about. And so the conclusion he makes is that the Imperial College Code provides different answers using the same inputs. In particular, the same assumptions can provide results that differ by 80,000 deaths over a span of 80 days. So at that point, you're just lucky if you're within the right order of magnitude. And, of course, we close down lots of various economies around the country and around the world based on the assumptions that maybe weren't necessarily true. So he concludes by simply saying, this isn't the first time bad models have made their way into policy. As we discussed in our work, statistical models can be useful for guiding policy, but they're only as credible as the assumptions on which they are based. We'll get into the whole issue of garbage in, garbage out next hour when I get into that article. But they argue that the Imperial College model did not meet any of the standard criteria for modeling, and the model was based on inputs that relied on maybe faulty data. And so if nothing else, if you find yourself saying, okay, I'd like to see what these guys have put together, he says the codes we used at the Heritage Foundation are available here. Our assumptions are clearly stated in our paper, so you can actually read it for yourself and at least get a level of transparency from the Heritage Foundation that still has not really taken place from, say, the Imperial College model, or I'm not sure how much of the Murray model up in Washington has been available either. So it is amazing how a couple of flawed models changed the whole nature of how we go about our economy. We'll be back right after this.
This is Viewpoints with Kerby Anderson.
A frequent phrase used these days is that we need to trust the science. But I found that often trust the science really means trust the model, which is not the same thing. Computer models are used to predict everything from the climate to the economy. Often they are inaccurate. Asking legitimate questions about these models and their assumptions is appropriate and not anti-science. When I was in graduate school, many of us worked with professors who developed computer models attempting to understand more about the environment. These models helped me learn two valuable lessons. First, you need good data for the model to accurately predict the future. No doubt you've seen the word GIGO, which stands for garbage in, garbage out. If the data you have for a pandemic model comes from China or Iran, you may not have good data. Second, a good model also needs to be based upon accurate assumptions. If you can't account for the impact of mitigation procedures, you're going to come to scary conclusions about the infection rate and the death rate. Should we have skepticism about the models used to predict the future? Well, the climate models that were developed back in the 1990s predicted rising temperatures. Instead, we had a warming hiatus that lasted for nearly a decade and a half. Global temperatures essentially remain flat. The Congressional Budget Office is given the responsibility of estimating the impact of legislation on federal revenue, but often is limited in the assumptions they can use. For example, if a tax reform bill reduces taxes, the CBO score assumes that lower taxes mean lower tax revenue. But individual investors and consumers react to lower taxes by investing more and spending more. Lower taxes might actually generate more revenue. Often, trust the science really means trust the model, but we have lots of evidence that sometimes the models are wrong. I'm Kerby Anderson, and that's my point of view.
Take Kerby and the Point of View team with you on the go with the Point of View app. Search for Point of View Radio at the Apple or Google Play stores.
You're listening to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
Back once again, since we are broadcasting during the Texas Hour, I thought I'd talk about something that happened with the Texas State Board of Pharmacy. Very, very interesting set of circumstances, and I really didn't know about this until there was a rally downtown, or a protest, however you want to describe it, and I got a chance afterwards to watch a couple of the videos, and one of those was from Dr. Yvette Lozano, and she was talking about the fact that she'd been in medical practice for 20 years and then learned that when she began to think that this hydroxychloroquine mixture with rizomycin would maybe be a good way to address the issue of the coronavirus, she was shocked to learn that she would be required to actually provide the patient's diagnosis with the pharmacist before they would actually make that available. Now, I was unaware of that, and I thought, well, maybe that's a mistake. She began, even at the rally, to suggest that if there were other doctors that wanted to make available hydroxychloroquine for their patients, to just make up a diagnosis, which I think is illegal, first of all, and certainly could get you in a lot of trouble. And so, of course, she brought some pressure, and that pressure came to bear because of a number of people. So let's call out a few people that we do appreciate, many of whom have been on this program with us. One of those is Dr. Robin Armstrong. One of those is former Representative Matt Rinaldi. Another is State Senator Bob Hall. And so what they were able to do is bring enough pressure on the Texas State Board of Pharmacy to issue a new rule about this Now, from what I understand, and I didn't take the time to look it up, I'm just looking at this secondhand, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy's mandate is still kind of strangely worded, but it at least allows a physician to prescribe hydroxychloroquine and erythromycin as an off-label use. And that's something that has happened in the past. You know that sometimes something that could be used for one particular treatment, in this case, it's oftentimes used to treat either individuals that have lupus or people that have caught malaria. But sometimes the effectiveness works in other areas, and so that was the case. And so it does seem now that we have changed that, but at least as early or as late as March 20th, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy had this rule that said that no prescriptions for hydroxychloroquine or erythromycin could be dispensed without a diagnosis consistent with evidence for its use. And, of course, Dr. Lozano said, never before have we had to turn in a diagnosis with a prescription, you think? And so she had seen about, by that time, I think 5 or 6 patients per week that had the coronavirus. And she said we saw in her particular practice dramatic improvement within 6 to 8 hours. And so you had some other people weighing in. I mentioned, of course, the state senator who was weighing in, but let's also mention somebody else, of course, Bob Hall. But we have the former representative, Matt Rinaldi, who also is listed in this article as a health care attorney, said doctors had called him concerning the requirement. He said the rule does not violate HIPAA regulations because patient information can be shared for treatment purposes. But if nothing else, this was sort of a pushback against what has been required by the Texas State Board of Pharmacy. And so it at least has changed. By the way, you might say, well, how did they justify this? Well, the argument was made that the Texas State Board of Education, Texas State Board of Pharmacy, published this rule on its website with the explanation that it was trying to prevent hoarding of the medications, but who knows? But again, this is something that is used routinely to treat lupus, people with rheumatoid arthritis. Don't have too many people in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that have had malaria, but I did notice that one individual that is on my Facebook page talked about how he took that particular drug and later on had some heart issues. Don't know if it was related, but that was his assumption. And so you obviously in any particular medication have to take into consideration contraindications, a lot of other kinds of things, dosages, on and on and on. But nevertheless, in case you have not seen that, the Texas State Board of Pharmacy has changed its rule. Let's get into a couple of other issues, and that is the pandemic is starting to spread as we are seeing from urban centers into some rural counties. Now, again, this is a national article that I'm reading from in The Hill, and so that may be more true for places outside of the state of Texas, but nevertheless, it's at least a concern that they've seen in some places where, like they said, a ripple in a pond, the virus is spreading out from its epicenter in large cities, whereas the outbreak that started in New York has spread first to New Jersey and Connecticut, then south to Philadelphia. Now you have upstate counties in New York like Hamilton and Essex, and small Pennsylvania counties like Wyoming and others that are being affected as well. And so there is this concern that even if we are starting to reduce the hot spots in the city centers, some of that might indeed show up elsewhere. And epidemiologists said this is not a surprise. We've seen similar patterns during a typical flu season. And this is why some in some of these various vacation spots are thinking, do we want to open up completely because the individuals there that may be asymptomatic or they may just be getting the disease might come and then spread it in the vacation area. So that, of course, is another issue as well. Let's talk about the coverage of this whole issue. And I, once again, have got to give credit where credit is due. Whether it is Alan Dershowitz, who sometimes has been willing to stand up against his liberal colleagues, which I appreciate that, or Jonathan Turley, who's at George Washington University, who's been willing to speak the truth when so many of his liberal colleagues have just wanted to use anything happening to bash Donald Trump. Another person that is in that small group of individuals, I think you could put most of the liberals who actually are open-minded in a phone booth. For you younger ones, there used to be things called phone booths. But anyway, that would be Nate Silver. Nate Silver, somebody I've quoted before in some of my commentaries. He has obviously been very much associated with the Democratic Party. He oftentimes identifies himself as a liberal progressive and is the founder of what's called 538, but probably got the greatest amount of attention because he has accurately, in many of these elections, predicted the winner, especially when he was very accurately predicting how Barack Obama would do in 2 different elections nationally. But he was on the other day with CNN's Brian Stelter and basically saying, here are 3 real concerns I have with the way media is reporting the coronavirus. Number 1, and I'm just quoting him now, he says, I think there's not nearly enough recognition in the media that the data we have on the coronavirus is highly imperfect, and this sometimes leads to misleading conclusions. I talked about that with my opening article. If you want to read more about it today, I also have a Viewpoints commentary, which is entitled Trust the Models, because a lot of times when people say trust the science, they really mean trust the models. And the models are based on some data that isn't as accurate as we'd like it to be. Point number 2, he says, the next major category is not accounting enough for uncertainty. He says, I actually think the experts have done a very good job of accounting for the major traits of COVID-19, especially if you literally read the fine print on what they were saying rather than through the media filter. You know, Brian Stelter didn't, as far as I could tell, push back on that, but some of the people that have given us the filter are people like MSNBC, CNN, and even on the other side, maybe a little bit on Fox News and the rest. And so sometimes if you just look at the data, you get some pretty good answers. And number 3, before we take a break, he says, finally, I think the media spends too much time worrying about knockoff effects of their coverage, worrying about scaring people, you think, or making them complacent. That's the other concern, and should instead just try to report the facts as straightforwardly as possible, including the many uncertainties. And the examples he uses, we'll just pick out on 3 governors because that relates to something I'm going to talk about after the break. That is the number of people who predicted that the Georgia governor, Brian Kemp, were going to destroy his state because he opened up his state. You also have those individuals that said the same thing about Texas Governor Greg Abbott, and doom and gloom there. And then the last example, of course, is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, are again the argument that he wasn't doing enough to protect residents. And yet, interestingly enough, if you look at those 3 particular states, they've done relatively well. And as we'll talk about after the break, the mainstream media would make Andrew Cuomo look like he's doing a really good job, when frankly he was not. We'll get into that some when we talk about in the next hour nursing homes. And that Ron DeSantis is doing a terrible job, and actually their incidence is much lower. But it brings us to one that I want to talk about after the break. Should Florida bail out New York? Because after all, we just have a desire to simply help some of the states. But do we bail them out when they've mismanaged their economy and their government? We'll talk about that right after this.
When you gift a point of view, does it make a difference? Jeremy Dyes would tell you that it does. He grew up listening to Point of View in the back seat of his mom's car, and it helped to shape his thinking.
I had parents that were able to sit across from me at the dinner table after we listened to Marlon Maddox and Kerby Anderson years ago and think through what the scriptures say about these issues of current significance in our lives. That's only possible because Point of View has come along and ministered into my life and made me who I am today. And here I am today defending religious liberty, partly because Marlon Maddox and Penn Dexter and Kerby Anderson were the ones that were pushing me towards all that. They taught me how to think through these issues. They didn't tell me what to think. They taught me how to think.
Each gift you give will change lives. Not every Point of View listener will become a Jeremy, but if they listen for very long, they will be changed. And that will change how they impact and affect the lives of the people around them. So make that decision to change a life today. Join the Truth Team and boldly stand for truth in a world of lies, distortion, and information manipulation. Go to pointofview.net or call 1-800-347-5151. That's 1-800-347-5151.
Point of View will continue after this.
are listening to Point of View. The opinions expressed on Point of View do not necessarily reflect the views of the management or staff of this station. And now, here again, is Kerby Anderson.
You know, one of the issues that was being debated on Friday when the House of Representatives considered spending more money was whether to get and give over $900 billion of bailout to states and cities. Perhaps the leading lobbyist, according to the editors at the Wall Street Journal, is the New York Governor, Andrew Cuomo. And the person disagreeing with him the most, interestingly enough, is the Florida Senator and former Governor Rick Scott. And both of those individuals were elected governor in 2010. So I love what the editors say. Let's do the math to consider which state has managed its economies and finances better over the last decade, which I think was really a good apples-to-apples comparison. And to put it in perspective, back in 2010, New York's population was 19-plus million, which was much larger than Florida's 18 million. But now Florida is over 21 million, and New York has gained a little less than 100,000, so it's still pretty much at 19 million. So essentially, Florida has seen a remarkable expansion of their state. Florida, it's barely increased because there's been a number of people who left New York. Okay. So then let's look at this because he says, at least the editors say, the Democrats in Albany, New York, are claiming to be victims of events that are out of their control. But the editors point out that they've increased spending by $43 billion since 2010, which averages out an additional $570,000 for each additional person. More than $500,000 for each additional person. By contrast, Florida's budget is increased by $28 billion, while its population has grown by 2.7 million, which is an increase of about 10,000 per resident. So here in New York, they've increased spending by $500,000 per resident. And in Florida, they've increased it by about $10,000 per resident. Can you see the difference right off the bat? Well, then, of course, you have to understand a few other things. New York has a top state and local tax rate of 12.7%, while Florida has no income tax. New York has all sorts of budget deficits, which, interesting enough, while they just are running these deficits anyway, Andrew Cuomo signed a budget for another $177 billion more than he had last year. And, of course, a lot of this has to do with these incredibly generous benefits that are given to workers, which have nearly doubled since 2010, which are 6 times greater than Florida. And so I love what the editors say. He said, blame New York's cocktail of generous benefits and loose eligibility standards and waste. And that's what you have. And so if nothing else, this debate is going to continue on. But you've heard the president say, we certainly want to help states that have been hurt by this, but this cannot be used as a justification to bail out states that have not been responsible with their pension funds. And that is New York. That's California. That's Illinois. Right here in Dallas, they could be the police department, but we'll leave that for another day as well. And so they end with these comments. The policy question is why taxpayers in Florida and other well-managed states should pay higher taxes to rescue the political class in Albany, New York, that refuses to restrain its tax and spending governance. Public unions soak up an ever larger share of tax dollars, but Albany refuses to change. Mr. Scott, or Senator Rick Scott, is right. So, if nothing else, maybe that will help you understand something that maybe won't be well explained in the media, but I thought we'd explain it today here on Point of View. Let's get to one of the articles I've posted. It's the third article, and it's by David Horsani. And we did talk a little bit about it on Friday, but I thought we'd come back to it a little bit and point out that sometimes what is allowed in one generation then becomes standard practice in the next. And we've seen some really disturbing examples about that. Let me use both a Republican administration and a Democratic administration. So you can see that this isn't just a partisan issue. This is an issue of establishing precedents that maybe you don't like. I mentioned the other day when we were talking with Penna Dexter that during the early part of the 21st century, after 9/11, there was a push for the Patriot Act. There was a push for the FISA courts and a number of other things. And at the time, we warned, everybody right now around the table says, oh, that's okay because you got John Ashcroft as your Attorney General. But you may not have him in the future. You're going to have, and what you had next time was Eric Holder. Oh, well, see, that's how these things kind of come back and affect you. And then, of course, now we see how the FISA warrants were used to go after the president and to justify spying and all sorts of things. So that's an example. Let's take another one. I'll use the Democratic administration this time. Barack Obama was using all sorts of executive orders, and at the end, producing those so quickly because I got my phone and my pen, and we kept saying to our fellow Democrats out there, you know what? You are setting a precedent where anytime you don't like something because your guy's in power, you just love these executive orders. But what if you get a Republican president there like Ted Cruz? Okay, I admit Ted Cruz believes in the Constitution, so he probably wouldn't do it. But what if we get a president there like, I don't know, Donald Trump? Everybody laughs at, oh, there's no way he's going to be a president. Yeah, but see, he's not going to have any hesitation about using those executive orders, or somebody like him. Of course, guess what happened? You got Donald Trump, and he's using executive orders, which now the Democrats are all upset about. And here's the same situation, because what the writers in the National Review and David Harsanyi points out is, according to the standards now set by the Obama administration, and especially by the people defending Barack Obama right now, it would be no big deal if Donald Trump's Department of Justice opened criminal investigations into high-profile Democrats, such as John Kerry, who met with the Iranian officials over the past 4 years in an effort to undermine the foreign policy goals of a duly elected government in the United States. These are potential Logan Act violations, after all, and that's what they used to go after, what? Michael Flynn. They said it would be no big deal either if Donald Trump's Department of Justice opened up investigations into Democrats who have ever taken any money from foreign powers, because that would be a violation of some of these federal regulations, because after all, that's what was done ultimately under the Obama administration, and then even under the Trump administration, the Department of Justice continued to do that as well. They said it would be fine, they say, if 3 weeks before Election Day, the Department of Justice filled out surveillance warrant applications that excluded what's called exculpatory evidence, evidence to the contrary, to spy on the Democratic Party's presidential campaign, because, after all, that was done back in 2016, right? And, by the way, they then say, well, if Joe Biden actually were to win the presidency, it would be no big deal if Trump's Department of Justice snooped on the incoming National Security Advisor, John Kerry, assuming he would be your National Security Advisor, taped his completely legal conversations with foreign dignitaries simply because Trump suspected that Kerry would disagree with the administration's stance on Iran, a nation that, of course, threatened our democracy and murdered hundreds of soldiers. And then, of course, he goes through a number of other examples. But the point I'm making is that right now you have all sorts of editorials being written. I've read some in the New York Times and Washington Post. I read one over the weekend in Vox, and I just go, really? I mean, can we at least have somebody agree that when you start out by talking about Michael Flynn lying, that this was not perjury, it was not necessarily lying, it was just simply forgetting a part of the conversation he had with Ambassador Kislyak. And when he actually was willing to plead guilty, it was because he was economically devastated, and now they were threatening to go after his son. But nobody even acknowledges that. And the defenders now are simply saying that what the Obama administration did was legal or ethical, or else they simply ignore or maybe don't know. I mean, there are sometimes I read this and I think, are you so much in your silo where you only read the New York Times, you only maybe watch MSNBC, that you don't even know there's information on the other side? We saw that, interesting enough, with Robert Mueller when he actually appeared before Congress and they brought up certain things and he knew nothing about them. Now, partly because I think maybe senility has clicked in a little bit, but it was just like, he just didn't seem to even know about some of the things that you would know about if you'd listened to any conservative talk shows or read anything in the Wall Street Journal or National Review or a variety of other places. But nevertheless, it's just interesting to see how that plays out. And again, this is why I think you're going to see more and more of the former President Barack Obama spending time criticizing this administration and doing all he can, even when he's doing like a commencement speech, because maybe, if nothing else, just to distract everybody from what is now becoming more and more obvious every single day as more and more of these documents are being made public. And again, if indeed you have no problem with what the Obama administration did, then you certainly can't criticize the Trump administration or some future president if they did the very same thing. That's the danger. Once you allow something you like the other side can use it too. We'll be right back.
Now, back to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
Back once again, if you would like to join our conversation, 1-800-351-1212. In about 15 minutes or so, we're going to focus on some things in the national level hour, and we'll talk about garbage in, garbage out, the unmasking of Joe Biden, and a number of others. And then we'll spend some time talking about nursing home ministry, and that will be something I think will be helpful because, again, they have been so hard hit in this pandemic. If you would like to know a little bit more about some of the other material we've covered, we certainly have posted a number of articles, including the one I just mentioned a minute ago. And my Viewpoints commentary today is on the subject of trust the models. I've come to find that sometimes when you hear the phrase trust the science, it really means trust the models. And as we've already pointed out a little bit in my first article, and as we'll point out next hour in my article that we have posted here by Derek Hunter, Garbage In, Garbage Out, trust the science means trust the model, and we found out some of the models don't work so well. So that is an opportunity for you to maybe see why we have failed in using these models effectively. I talk about the fact that, first of all, it is, again, garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have good data, which we did not really have from China, you make some bad assumptions. Number two, the assumptions which were made did not really take into account mitigation procedures and those kinds of things. So, of course, you can be I understand why we'd be skeptical, but it's not the first time models have directed policy, because we have models which I talk about in terms of global warming. And again, when they say trust the science, they really mean trust the global warming models, which aren't accurate and have never taken into account what was called the warming hiatus that took place for a decade and a half. The Congressional Budget Office is oftentimes seen as the gold standard to determine the value of particular pieces of legislation. And as I point out there, they are actually limited in some of the assumptions they can make. For example, the assumption is that if a tax reform bill reduces taxes, all they can simply do is show, well, that's where where you're going to reduce revenue. But we all know that if you lower taxes, individual investors as well as consumers react to lower taxes by investors investing more, by consumers maybe spending more, and so lower taxes might actually generate more revenue. And if you think that's never happened, well, you haven't been paying attention to a lot of the economic statistics we have. So if nothing else, those pieces are available to you. And as I mentioned, we'll have Bill Goodrich with us the next hour, talking a little bit about nursing home ministry. And then at 2 o'clock, General William Boykin, Jerry Boykin, will be with us as we talk about his book, which I think you're really going to enjoy as well. Man to Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World. But I thought I'd wind down today by talking about the plight of American colleges. I think they are headed for a meltdown, and that is actually the title of a piece that came out by Charles Fane Lehrman. He says, it is kind of unfortunate if you think about that, because these universities sometimes have been through riots, they've been through protests, they've been through natural disasters, but America's really never seen anything like this financial meltdown that has come to the campus that I think is just going to simply obliterate a lot of these smaller colleges. And he points out, for example, the emptying out of schools and the mass transition to distance learning has already been the largest, as they say, all-sector hit they've ever seen. And that comes from the vice president of the National Association of Colleges and Universities, and individual looking at the impact that this has already had. And, of course, the reality is that this is going to, no doubt, lead to the shuttering of many universities, especially these small liberal arts colleges. Many of them were already on the ropes, if you will, financially, already struggling financially because of first the Great Recession, and then the fact that you had this baby boom followed by a baby bust, then followed by a boom lit, which is now fading as well. But this article, for example, says that when 20 million college students return to school this fall, their campuses are going to look very different. Many schools are considering shortened school years, smaller class sizes, keeping classes virtually and not even maybe in person. In addition, you have all sorts of social distancing measures. Purdue University will use its on-campus laboratory to test students and trace contacts. Cal State University system will be entirely online through the fall, and its University of California sister schools are expected to follow suit. Now, just think about if you're spending $40,000 or $50,000 a year and you're online. I just don't know if all sorts of students and parents are going to go along with that. But then, even when you talk about these added safety measures, let's quote from a couple of these Ivy League schools that you would think might do a little better. Brown University educator, for example, said that still colleges will need to pay fixed costs like staff salaries and facilities maintenance, while simultaneously spending more on cleaning, testing, and adding space for socially distanced classes and living. At the same time, money that used to be flowing in will not. One professor at Seton Hall said that colleges are expecting a 20 to 30% drop in revenue. And so you can see what that is starting to do in some of these schools as well. Universities, according to one expert, explains that really there are four sources of income: tuition, public funding, on-campus fees, which would be housing and food services, and donations and endowments. Okay, the tuition might drop because you have fewer students. Public funding might drop because the state budgets aren't very robust, and you can start doing the math very quickly. So again, as they point out, if you're Harvard University, you're well-funded. If you're many of the Ivy League schools, probably so. Johns Hopkins, well-funded. But even some of those state schools are going to be struggling because state budgets are going to be drying up. And so the augmentation that usually exists for tuition and activities payments is not going to be there. And so you can begin to see that, let's again go back to, in this case, Brown University. The president wrote in the New York Times that remaining closed in the fall, she says, means losing as much as half of our revenue. Can you imagine if your business loses half of its revenue? I mean, just think that through. I mean, that's what you end up with. That's Brown University, which is an Ivy League school. Let's go to Cornell. Again, it has a $7.3 billion endowment, but even its president recently wrote that without reopening, the school is looking at losses in the hundreds of millions. You can sort of do the math real quickly here. And as I've pointed out, colleges cost in the round numbers of $40,000, sometimes $50,000. And again, students expect a full package, not just classes, but extracurriculars, parties, social connections, not going to be there. And so you can just start figuring out what that is going to look like in the future. And so I'm going to try to put together a commentary looking at a couple other points, but I just thought I would mention that today. And for many of you right now that have kids that are graduating, this is class of 2020, not only did they not get graduations, they didn't get a prom, they didn't get a lot of things, a lot of them are starting to say, why would I want to go to the university in the fall if all I'm going to do is online classes? Maybe I'll take a gap year. And that then means you have a smaller freshman class, which is also a smaller sophomore class, junior class, senior class. It isn't just a one-year hit. It's at least a 4 or 5 year hit. And that's kind of where we find ourselves now in terms of American education. Well, let's take a break. We'll come back and get into some of the other articles I've posted on the website. We'll get into nursing home ministry, and then we'll talk about men's ministry. We just have a lot to cover, and if you are interested in any of those things that we've quoted, they're available at our website, pointofview.net. We'll continue our conversation right after this.
(2020). Is there anything important happening this year? Well, not unless you consider major disputes in various Christian denominations, international tensions over a flu epidemic, economic uncertainties, and a presidential election important. Question: where will you get real news, credible opinion, clear biblical thinking on the things that matter most? Answer: Point of View Radio with Kerby Anderson and the team. You can make sure their voices continue speaking loud and clear by taking a moment right now and joining the Truth Team. It's easy, but you do have to visit our website or make a quick call. Go to pointofview.net/team or call 800-347-5151. You have the power to make a difference. Joining the Truth Team can help ensure that millions of people will get a different opinion from the major purveyors of fake news. We don't get big advertising dollars like the networks or tax money like PBS. We depend on you. Pointofview.net/team and 800-347-5151. Point of View will continue after this.
I just want to thank you so much for all the wonderful programming you have. You're just absolutely fantastic.
I recently started listening to Point of View, and I really found it interesting because of the different subjects you cover. Thank you for that.
I really appreciate everything that you do in keeping us informed.
Thank you, Kerby, for everything that you have been doing. I appreciate all the work that you're doing, advocating for the Word of God. Thank you so much.
Point of View, I think, is absolutely necessary because it's a Christian perspective, a biblical worldview perspective, and receive very current, up-to-date information about what is really going on, week to week in our culture, which is changing so rapidly, and yet it's morally sliding backwards.
Yeah, I'm just, first of all, I thank you guys. Y'all's program is wonderful, and enjoy it every day. I learn so much every time I listen to it.
Point of View Radio Talk Show.
Hi, this is Kerby Anderson. Each day we take on the tough issues and provide a biblical perspective to them. The topics we cover are wide-ranging: apologetics, theology, prophecy, creation and evolution, intelligent design, marriage, family, child-rearing, the millennial generation, friends and society, politics, economics, business, religious liberty, the Constitution, public policy, foreign policy, military policy, tensions in the Middle East, abortion, homosexuality, pornography, sexual ethics, media, technology, history, and America's godly heritage. We talk about anything that affects your faith, your family, or your freedom. So don't go anywhere, because Point of View starts right now.
Across America, live. This is Point of View. And now, Kerby Anderson.
Thank you for joining me. It is our Monday edition of Point of View, and over the next couple of hours, we're going to cover a number of different topics. First of all, we're going to get into some of the models that were used to actually determine whether or not we should shut down the country or many countries around the world. So we'll get into some of that. My commentary today is entitled Trust the Models, because so often I hear the phrase, well, we should trust the science, but often what that means is trust the models. And in just a minute, I want to read from my first article we've posted called Garbage In, Garbage Out, which, by the way, is something I mentioned in the third paragraph of my commentary today. So that is available. And I might just mention that people trying to make sense of some of these models have actually asked if they could have access to some of the programming for those. One in particular is an individual that works with the Heritage Foundation and wrote about that just a few days ago in the Daily Signal, Kevin Diaratna, in which he actually asked for the model from, first of all, Niall Ferguson, who, by the way, has been removed from his position because he actually violated some of the very information and rules that he was influencing. Then later you had Nature magazine, which is actually the journal of record, probably the most premier science journal in the UK, that said that they had been working with Microsoft to tidy up some of the code. So then he asked if he could get those and did not. To their credit, by the way, the Heritage Foundation did put together a model. He and his colleague Norbert Michael have done so and actually have evaluated as best they can some of these other models. And interestingly enough, the Heritage Foundation is providing those codes. So 3 cheers for the Heritage Foundation having transparency, which apparently nobody else doing the models has. And so it illustrates again why I wrote about this commentary a couple of days ago, and it's aired today on Trust the Models, because lots of times when you hear people say trust the models, they really mean trust the science. So we'll get into that in just a minute. Later this hour, I do want to talk about what's happening in the nursing homes. This has been such a tragedy, and I recognize that most of us probably have not thought about nursing homes unless we maybe had to put a aunt or an uncle or a grandparent or a parent in them. And so Bill Goodrich will be with us. He's going to talk about nursing home ministry, because this is just a great opportunity for ministry. So we'll talk about what has been happening there. And then in the next hour, General William Boykin, or Jerry Boykin, will be with us. We'll be talking about his new book, Man to Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World. So we'll be talking about a men's ministry, but also just talking about the military, because this is kind of Military Appreciation Month. And a little bit later this week, we also, I think, have some other people going to be addressing some of these military issues. And, of course, you can appreciate the fact that this time next week is Memorial Day, so we'll talk about some of that as the day unfolds as well. So just got a lot to cover here. But my first article is by Derek Hunter, and it has the very provocative title, Garbage In, Garbage Out. And he says, really the only way you can learn from an experience is to have accurate information about it. And so as a result, that's where you can learn from your mistakes. you didn't know on the front end, you learned on the back end. So maybe next time you find yourself in that situation, good information is helpful. And he uses the famous quote, which I'm not sure is even historically accurate, but it's attributed to us from a number of individuals, that Thomas Edison one time, after trying to invent the light bulb, said, "I didn't fail, I just found 10,000 ways that it won't work." And there is a sense in which we should learn from our mistakes. Well, what we have right now is a real debate about how accurate the numbers are. He quotes in the third paragraph Dr. Anthony Fauci, who testified recently that he thinks the number of deaths is probably higher. And I understand originally why we said that. I even wrote a commentary about that because we had some people dying at home and they hadn't been tested. So New York in particular added a number of deaths to that figure. But Dr. Deborah Birx reported last week that she thinks the number may be inflated by as much as 25%. And, of course, you recognize that there may be some political things going on, and we've talked about this before, but let's go into that because you have a directive that came from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. It's the ICD code, in case you want to look it up, because that directive is easy to find, and you can see what it is. And what it basically means is that if tests weren't conducted on people who died with any of the possible symptoms that are attributed to the coronavirus, you then would count that as a death from the coronavirus. And so some people have said these COVID-19 deaths are too high because, as even Deborah Birx has pointed out, and we've pointed out, dying with the disease is different than dying from the disease. But now, if you look at this, you recognize the directive just simply says, well, this individual, they could have stage 4 cancer, they could have kidney failure, whatever it might be, but if indeed they show some of the symptoms, we'll just count it anyway. And Derek Hunter points out there might be some financial incentive to all of that because, after all, the government payment rates, these are reimbursements, which actually are reimbursements for treating COVID-19 patients, actually could be some kind of incentive. So he points that out as well. And so, again, he points out that there are some real, very significant concerns because so often we hear this idea of treat the science and believe the science and accept the science and trust the science. They're all great phrases, but you can sometimes see where that is overused. And a good example of that, which I had to smile because I hadn't even thought about this, is last Thursday you had an interview with Anderson Cooper, which he did with Greta Thunberg. And it was, I thought he thought such a great illustration of that because he points out that here you have in a national interview with what he points out, a high school dropout, Greta Thunberg, who actually, they, in one clip, use the word science or some variation of the word science 11 times in this clip at 1 minute and 25 seconds without really saying anything. I mean, just trust the science. That's all you have to say. And there's really nothing there. And then he laments because he says, we really don't have accurate, extensive data from the 1918 Spanish flu. That's not surprising, he says, because the technology to collect it across the country simply did not exist. But it exists now, and he says we're blowing it. And so if nothing else, if you are concerned about some of the decisions being made, the garbage in, garbage out model is still in full operation almost elsewhere, everywhere else, and it's unlikely to change anytime soon. So that's why he's calling for various people in leadership, including the president, to take control of this and try to get accurate numbers at a time when those numbers are being used and misused by people on both sides of the debate. And it really shouldn't be a debate. We should try to work as quickly as we can for safety, but at the same time try to get some accuracy. And that article, I think, does a very good job of reminding us so often the word trust the science just means trust the models, or just believe what the people I want you to believe say, and not really to look at it from a scientific or objective point of view. Let's take a break. We've got a lot more to cover. We'll do so right after this.
This is Viewpoints with Kerby Anderson.
A frequent phrase used these days is that we need to trust the science. But I found that often trust the science really means trust the model, which is not the same thing. Computer models are used to predict everything from the climate to the economy. Often they are inaccurate. Asking legitimate questions about these models and their assumptions is appropriate and not anti-science. When I was in graduate school, many of us worked with professors who developed computer models attempting to understand more about the environment. These models helped me learn two valuable lessons. First, you need good data for the model to accurately predict the future. No doubt you've seen the word GIGO, which stands for garbage in, garbage out. If the data you have for a pandemic model comes from China or Iran, you may not have good data. Second, a good model also needs to be based upon accurate assumptions. If you can't account for the impact of mitigation procedures, you're going to come to scary conclusions about the infection rate and the death rate. Should we have skepticism about the models used to predict the future? Well, the climate models that were developed back in the 1990s predicted rising temperatures. Instead, we had a warming hiatus that lasted for nearly a decade and a half. Global temperatures essentially remain flat. The Congressional Budget Office is given the responsibility of estimating the impact of legislation on federal revenue, but often is limited in the assumptions they can use. For example, if a tax reform bill reduces taxes, the CBO score assumes that lower taxes mean lower tax revenue. But individual investors and consumers react to lower taxes by investing more and spending more. Lower taxes might actually generate more revenue. Often, trust the science really means trust the model, but we have lots of evidence that sometimes the models are wrong. I'm Kerby Anderson, and that's my point of view.
Take Kerby and the Point of View team with you on the go with the Point of View app. Search for Point of View Radio at the Apple or Google Play stores.
You're listening to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
You know, one of the things we lament so often is that everybody seems to be kind of sequestered in their tribe, and as a result, they only listen to the things in their echo chamber. And I would have to say that that has been even more true of liberals than conservatives. There's pretty good evidence. Jonathan Haidt, who's been on this program with us, has documented that before. And part of it is conservatives have to still live in the liberal world because the New York Times, Washington Post, most of the mainstream media aren't necessarily conservative, so you sort of have to already know what they're saying before you even read some of your material. And so in some respects, they tend to be a little more in that regard. But nevertheless, I think all of us have to check our own evaluations, our maybe, if you will, confirmation bias. And sometimes we only read the things we believe in. And so what has been so disturbing is to see how very few people who could be identified as liberals, at least for a moment, consider the other side, or in some cases take on an issue that might cause them to be roundly criticized by their fellow liberals, which is why I just have more and more respect almost every day for Alan Dershowitz. We on Friday mentioned his piece about the fact that judges are supposed to be umpires, and as a result, he was very critical of the actions by Judge Emmett Sullivan in the Michael Flynn case. And so we talked about that with Kelly Shackelford and Penna Dexter on Friday. Alan Dershowitz has been on the program a couple of times, but again, you got to be really impressed by his willingness to address issues that oftentimes his fellow liberals ignore. Which brings me to the second article we've posted, because another person I would put in that camp of somebody I've just come to have even greater respect for is Jonathan Turley. Jonathan Turley, again, is an individual that is not for Donald Trump, just the opposite. Certainly, as a professor of public interest law at George Washington University, would describe himself as a liberal. But a while back during the impeachment investigation was one of those few that was willing to, even though he was a liberal, even though he didn't vote for Donald Trump, even though he probably didn't even like Donald Trump, had to admit that this whole impeachment charade was indeed that. Well, he's now more recently written a piece in The Hill, which, if you remember back when he brought some of that up before, there were people threatening him and his wife and all sorts of things. So you don't dare stray off the liberal plantation without suffering some consequences. And I'm sure that this piece that we've now posted also illustrates, again, how some people are going to maybe come after him. But he calls it the unmasking of Joe Biden. It would have been much easier and safer for him to simply sit and watch that and say, well, he's the Democratic nominee. We're not going to talk about this. But he wrote a very good piece, and it is our second article we've posted today on the website, because he says, let me quote from him, the declassification of the material from the Michael Flynn case has exposed more chilling details of an effort by prosecutors to come up with a crime to use against the former National Security Advisor. This week, however, a letter revealed another unsettling detail. Among over 3 dozen Obama officials seeking to unmask Flynn in the investigation was the former Vice President Joe Biden. This revelation came less than a day after Biden denied any involvement in the investigation of Flynn, and it also follows a disclosure that President Obama was aware of that investigation. Again, for your benefit, when we surveil an individual, which I think was done illegally, of a foreign dignitary, in this case, it could be a conversation, which they were looking at, between Michael Flynn, who is the incoming National Security Advisor, and the Russian ambassador Kislyak. You only, because we want to protect American citizens, see the name Kislyak, the ambassador, and the other person to whom he is talking is masked. But you can fill out a form to unmask it, to figure out who that is. And, of course, that person is Michael Flynn. And so we now find, 39 different individuals, including Joe Biden, actually had done this unmasking. And the point he's making here is that for 3 years, many in the media have expressed horror at the notion that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia to influence the 2016 election. He said we know now that was never a credible evidence of such collusion. In recently released transcripts, a long list of Obama administration officials admitted they never saw any evidence of such Russian collusion. And if you would like to see that, just go and do a Google search. What they said in public, what they said in those very secretive hearings, and you can see a striking difference there as well. But he points out that now that we know this, we see that there is real concern about how this was used. And he says, unfortunately, the media, in most cases, has been ignoring it. I have mentioned some articles that appeared in the New York Times. There was one in Vox I was reading this weekend. It's like, really? I mean, there's just no there, they say. And he said there's very little question that the response by the media to such a story would have been overwhelming if George Bush and his administration had targeted the Obama campaign figures with secret surveillance. That story would have been encompassing if it had learned that there was no direct evidence to justify that. But then he goes on to say, but the motives of the Obama administration officials are apparently not to be questioned. Now, this is Jonathan Turley not only criticizing the Obama administration and the defenders of it, but even some of the other people in the media that are saying that as well. He says, indeed, back when candidate Donald Trump said that Obama administration placed his campaign officials under surveillance, the media universally mocked him. Do you remember that? He says that statement was later proven to be true. the Obama administration did use the Secret Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, the FISA warrant, to conduct surveillance on Trump campaign officials. He goes on to say that up until now, the media has portrayed both Barack Obama and Joe Biden as uninvolved. But now we know they both actively followed the investigation. And he goes into some paragraphs about that. But then he points out that it is rather uncommon for a vice president to demand unmasking, especially the unmasking of, in this case, the incoming national security advisor. And so he then concludes his piece by simply saying this. There was a time when all of this did matter. There was once a time when this would have been viewed as the story of the century, including the unmasking of Biden himself in this investigation. But he says, but these are not those times, and this cannot be the story. Russian collusion is the story, and as Biden stressed, the rest is just diversion. And it is up to the public to decide who ultimately will be unmasked by this Flynn investigation. So, again, 3 cheers for Jonathan Turley, pointing out that if nothing else, this is exactly the kind of story that would be front page if it were done by the Bush administration. Or, now let me pick out my third column real quickly. David Harsanyi imagines, what about if this happens in the future? What if right now the Trump administration, through the Department of Justice, carried on criminal investigations of, I don't know, John Kerry, who has been meeting with Iranian officials over the past 4 years in an effort to undermine the foreign policy goals of the Trump administration, because if nothing else, that would be a violation of the Logan Act, which, of course, was one of the things they used to threaten, what? Michael Flynn. Or then you would say it would be no big deal then, I guess, if Trump's Department of Justice opened up investigation into Democrats who have ever taken money from foreign powers, because that would be a federal violation. And apparently it would be no big deal, I guess, if 3 weeks before the election, the Department of Justice filled out surveillance application warrants, including and maybe excluding exculpatory evidence that would be to the contrary, to spy on the Democratic Party's presidential campaign. And then he asked one more question. If Joe Biden actually was to win the presidency, it would be, I guess, then no big deal if the Trump Department of Justice snooped on incoming national security advisor calls from, say, John Kerry, whoever that might be, taped his completely legal calls with foreign dignitaries simply because they suspected he might disagree with them on the administration's stance on Iran. You see the point? And this is the third article, which not only looks back, but also looks ahead and says, if you keep trying to defend this, then you might have the Trump administration be willing to do to the next president, whoever that might be, what was done to him, or even begin to doing it right now against anybody that's seen as a political enemy. Do you see the danger? I hope so. Unfortunately, most of the defenders of Barack Obama don't seem to see that, but that's something we thought might be worth putting on the table, and you can find that article as well on our website, pointofview.net. When we come back, we're going to talk about nursing homes and nursing home ministry, all that coming up right after this.
Having civil conversations about important issues seems to be harder and harder. Various media outlets tell people what they should believe, why they should be outraged, and getting people to actually think, well, it can be difficult. Whether it's the gospel, tax issues, social policy, or just about anything else, you need to have solid information and clear thinking to address the hard issues. You need God's truth applied. And that's what you get in less than 2 minutes with Point of View's Viewpoints Commentary, a daily resource to help you be informed and think through the things we need to be talking about. It is free and will arrive in your inbox each day when you visit pointofview.net/signup. Sometimes we know we should say something, but we're silent because we're not quite sure what to say. Viewpoints Commentary can help you break the silence and change the narrative. It can make you a more equipped agent for truth. Get your free subscription to the Viewpoints Commentary at pointofview.net/signup. pointofview.net/signup. Point of View will continue after this.
You are listening to Point of View. The opinions expressed on Point of View do not necessarily reflect the views of the management or staff of this station. And now, here again is Kerby Anderson.
You know, as I mentioned earlier this hour, that most of us probably don't think of a nursing home unless we had to put in a parent or a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle there. And yet, if you think about this, the scriptures tell us that we should be defenders and protectors of the widows and the aged. The National Center for Health Statistics estimates that anywhere from 60% or more of some of the residents in nursing homes never receive a visitor. And so even for those that do, maybe once a month at most, and I think there's just a great opportunity for ministry, number one. And of course, over these last few months, we've been sensitized to how vulnerable these nursing homes have been during this pandemic. So I thought it would be good to, number one, try to get a sense of what is happening in some of the nursing homes around the country, and then maybe challenge you to consider having a ministry in a nursing home. Maybe not as an individual, although certainly there's nothing to keep you from doing that, but even thinking about what your church might want to do. And I'd love to hear from some of you that maybe have that ministry in your church, what you're going to be doing. And so we want to bring to the microphone now Chaplain Bill Goodrich. He is the founder of God Cares Ministry. We have information about him and the resources that are available, of which there are many, including some great books and resources. Has ministered to probably about 75,000 nursing home residents, holds a master's degree in ministry, and joins us now by phone from Ohio. So, Bill, thank you for joining us today here on Point of View.
Thank you, Kirby. I'm grateful to be here.
Let's, if we can, maybe get to some of those facts and figures, because one of the things we wanted people to do is find your website, and as they do, they can recognize that there are a lot of lonely people that are in nursing homes, and it's a great opportunity for ministry, isn't it?
It's a great opportunity. In fact, I believe if all Christians knew about how great it is, they would be flocking into the doors of those nursing homes.
And so in some respects, we've got godscareministry.com. Can you give us a little bit of how you got started in this? Because in some respects, I want people to watch the video. It's about 2.5 minutes long, and then you might want to post that on your Facebook page or your Twitter idea. But in some respects, you obviously have a degree in ministry, but what caused you to start working in the area of nursing homes?
Well, way before I had a degree, and I was a very young Christian, Kirby, I was seeking the Lord where I should serve him, and I was running into a lot of roadblocks. And one day I heard an advertisement on the radio they were looking for volunteers in a local nursing home. So I went and had like a little interview, and they said, what we need you to do is help bring residents out on Sunday for the Sunday services. And we had 5 ministers that came in, and they rotated through the weeks. And my job was just to bring the residents out, and then when they were finished, to take them back to their rooms. And then about 2 months into this, I began to notice 2 things. One is that the residents were starving of spiritual malnutrition. They were hungry for the Word of God. But the ministers, bless their hearts, they were doing a good thing. But most of their messages were just get saved, raise your hand if you said the prayer, and you shake a few hands, and they would leave. And I thought, God, something has to change, and you need to talk to your pastors. Again, I was quite a young Christian. But one day I went in there and got all the residents out. There was about 35 of them, and the pastor did not show up. And I felt like God said, okay, it's your turn. And I said, no, Lord, not yet. I'm not ready for this. But there was no one to do it. And so I gave of myself to do it. It was like the worst message ever given in the world, but it was done from a heart of love for them. And that was the beginning, Kirby. I started going, when the pastors didn't come, we started a Bible study in the middle of the week. And that was back in 1984, over 35 years ago. So about 35 years ago.
And what a great illustration, then, again, of your faithfulness, because your real goal here is to recruit Christians who would maybe adopt a care home in their community. We have more churches than we have these various centers. I think there's about 65,000 senior care homes around the country. We have 300,000 Christian churches. So if they were to adopt one, then that could be just a whole area of ministry, couldn't it?
It sure could. And when you opened the program, Kirby, you mentioned that I had visited 70,000. It's not true. I've visited many, probably a few thousand at least. But it's the volunteers whom we've had the privilege to train and help get started. that have visited these 70,000 or more.
Well, again,
Yeah,
I was
so
going to
it's
give
great it's
you
happening.
and the organization credit, but okay,
Yes,
and that's the point, because
just wanted to clarify.
some people might just go, well, yeah, I mean, how much experience do you have? Well, I think we just established that since the 1980s, you've been involved in that, and through you and the various people that in your ministry have reached about 75,000 nursing home residents. But it does seem to me that sometimes these problems seem overwhelming. I've said this before. If we can get out of nursing homes for just a minute and talk about poverty, you look at the number of individuals that are below the poverty line, and then you look at the number of churches, and I've said sometimes, too, we could just completely eliminate the Department of Health and Human Services, in part, if each church were to adopt a certain number of poor people and minister to them and help them. That one's not as easy as the one we're talking about here, when, after all, we have many more churches in this country than we have senior care homes. So if some church is saying, well, we want to develop a mission field, it may just be down the street, and you maybe never thought about going to that particular nursing home and seeing that as a mission field.
It sure is a mission field right in our own backyard, and we don't have to go overseas. And Kerby, the cost of starting for a church to start a nursing home outreach and maintain it for 4 years is less than the cost of sending one short-term missionary overseas. It's amazing. It's so inexpensive.
Let's, if we can, talk about some of the services you provide for just a minute, because you have various trainings. Some people might say, well, I'm not sure how to do this, but you've got video training, you've got curriculum, you've got ministry books. As I've gone to your website, I'm amazed at the number of books that are available, including this one. Let me hold it up right now. I've got a couple of books that you have provided, one called Nursing Home Ministry, Where Hidden Treasures Are Found. And also in the back there, I'm looking at all the other books that are available there as well. So if somebody is saying, well, how do we get started? Answer that question for just a minute, because if they go to your website, they're going to find books, they're going to find a website, they're going to find material that you can do for your own website. So talk about what is available already for our listeners.
Great. Yeah, one of the things, Kerby, is that our heart is to make it impossible for the church to say we cannot do this. And so we have provided, if you're a reader, we have books. If you're a video person, we have a training program on our website. If you want something live in your area, we can come and do a seminar. Whatever we can do, we have, we talk to people on the phone, we pray with them, we counsel them, coach them. We do anything we can to make sure that a person is able to get started. And then those who are already involved, to help them thrive. Some of them are doing okay, but they know that they can do better, and so we want to help them enhance the outreach that they already started.
Let's we talk about some of the difficulties. As a deacon, I've gone into some of these homes, as you might imagine, quite a number of them, and you run into all sorts of difficulties, sometimes from the staff, sometimes because, especially if you're in a memory care facility, sometimes it's a little more difficult to do some communication. So speak to that, because after decades of experience, maybe you can help us figure out how to resolve some of those issues.
Well, going into the nursing home is kind of like going into any country as a missionary. You need to know the language and the culture of the community that you're going into. And yes, there are some challenging people in the administrative part sometimes, but for the most part, they really want what we can give them. And that's why God Cares provides the training. We teach them 4 things in our seminars. First, what we call the need and the call to nursing home ministry. And this covers what God says about this people group and what the needs of the residents are. And then the next session is on one-on-one visitation. So how do you develop a caring relationship with the resident so that he or she opens up to the Word of God? We believe that it's very important to develop respect and a desire for the Word of God. And so we have 2 primary goals. One is to establish a caring friendship with as many residents as we have time to visit on a regular basis. Then our goal is, as our friends are receptive, to help them to take Jesus' hand so that he can give them faith, hope, peace, purpose, and the different things that they need, emotional and spiritual needs.
Okay, we'll take a break. We'll talk about some of the other things that you want to teach them. But we need to take one of those mandatory breaks, talking with Bill Goodrich about God Cares Ministry. We'll be back right after this.
Now, back to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
Back for a few more minutes. Bill Goodrich with us, and he is the founder of God Cares Ministry. And if you'd like to join our conversation, 1-800-351-1212. Love to know what you're doing in your church right now to reach out to those in these various homes. And if nothing else, Bill, let's go back and talk about some of the other ideas that you actually express, because if people go through training, you were talking about kind of the 4 points that you try to cover. Let's let you continue.
Yeah, so in addition to one-to-one visitation, in that session we talk about the emotional and spiritual needs of the residents, and there are 5 primary needs that they have that we show how we can be led by the Lord Jesus and used by Him to share His Word to help residents find hope and peace in Jesus. And then we also teach on how to provide a life-giving group service, which would include, Bible lessons with music and prayer and very engaging, life-giving time with the residents. And then finally, our last session is on how to minister to people who have dementia. Although it seems somewhat impossible to reach them, God has shown us a way to reach residents with the love and the word of Jesus in an amazing way, and they respond very well to it. So that's the training. And when the person has the training, they're also taught how to mesh in well so that they have a welcome presence in the care home. We don't want them to go in there and just do a service and, kind of be on their own. We want them to participate with the staff to some degree so that they are seen as a viable asset to the nursing home. Otherwise, they can create trouble for themselves. We try to help them avoid all that.
And one of the other things I might just mention, since there are sometimes difficulties with the staff, is that in many of our occasional conversations on our Friday weekend edition with Kelly Shackelford, I can't even count the number of times that First Liberty has had to jump in because there was an announcement that we can't have a Bible study in this particular nursing home, or that this senior care facility will not allow you to use the piano to play Christian music, or a variety of others. And the good news is, first of all, they won all of those cases, and in most cases now they have very strong precedents. So if for any reason you find yourself maybe struggling with what would be allowed in a particular nursing home or senior care facility, the good news is that has been addressed so many times by our friends from First Liberty, and is another way to sort of augment that. So just before we run out,
Kerby,
go ahead.
Kerby, one of the things too is we have yet to have a group. Well, that's not true. We've had maybe 2 groups in 25 years who have had that kind of trouble in the nursing homes. There is an approach that the nursing homes welcome, and I'm not saying that there isn't trouble out there, because there sometimes is, but if a person follows the principles that we teach, they will find a welcome presence in that home, because the home really needs the end result of what happens when the Word of God is shared with the residents. It just has to be done in cooperation with the policies of the home. Again, I know that some of the homes don't cooperate, but most of them do.
Yeah, well, lots of times they're having a problem not with the outside person, but just telling that a particular participant in the senior care home cannot hold their own Bible study because of First Amendment issues and things like that. But before we run out of time, let's just talk about this, because when people go to your website, you have online training courses, you have books and audio material, you have kind of a free home care ministry resources. So some listeners right now might say, okay, I'm interested. What will I find when I land on your website? Which buttons should I push, and how do I get started? Help them out.
Well, right now, because of the pandemic, all that's going on, the nursing homes are closed. You cannot get in there as a volunteer. And, we are hoping that's going to change soon. But until that happens, on our website, if you scroll down to the block that says virus response, we've created several handouts that we call comfort and words of comfort and encouragement from the Bible handouts. And what you can do is you can download them. You can call the nursing home, and you can find the email to the activity director. Call and ask for the activity director. Get her or his email, and forward these handouts to them. They will copy them and give them to the residents. Now, we've been doing this for the last 2 months, and we've had thousands of people downloading these and sending them out to the care homes, and the residents are loving them. And the activity directors are just elated that there is something to help the emotional and spiritual needs of the residents. So that's one thing that they can get, and those are free, of course. There are some videos that we created that are Bible lesson videos that some of the homes have the capacity to stream them onto the televisions of all the residents. Some of the residents have iPads and laptops, not too many, but some of them do, and they can watch the messages that have hymns and the words that they can sing along and things like that. We have greeting cards that you can download and send to a resident so that you can tell them that you're thinking of them and praying for them and encouraging them with the Word of God. Now, that's what we have for during this time of the pandemic. But I would say if you're interested in this ministry, it would be a good idea to go on. We offer our book, Nursing Home Ministry, Where Hidden Treasures Are Found. We're offering that free. So if you go for the next couple weeks, if you go on the website and go into the store and click on all that stuff, then use POV for Point of View as a coupon code, and we'll send that book to you for free. So that's at godcaresministry.com.
Let
what
me
we
just
would
mention
say,
again, we have that link, godcaresministry.com. In case you're driving right now, don't have a chance to write it down, just simply go to Point of View. And we have the virus response handouts and videos. If you go to the store and type in POV on the code, you'll be able to get this book, which I held up. And let me hold it up again, Nursing Home Ministry, which will give you everything you really need right there. And that is very generous of you to provide that for free. So, again, I would encourage people to find out. And you had a couple of things you wanted to mention, but, again, I just think the videos you have there while we wait out the virus, the latest blog on the case for nursing home ministry, it's all right there at godcaresministry.com. But any other things we need to know before I let you go?
yes, when people take the Word of God into a nursing home, even though it's an environment that is different, the people there are really hungry for the love and the Word of Jesus. And once they trust you, they open their hearts to the Word of God, and God does amazing things through us. I've seen many, many people who kind of hide in the back pews of the church, and they have been asked and encouraged to go, and they blossom in their giftedness. God has given everyone gifts, and they can be used in the nursing home. When I went, I was the shyest person you'd ever meet, and now God is using me to help others get started. So, and then I could just tell you story after story, but I would like to tell you about just one guy if I have the time. His name was Wally. When he started coming to our Bible study, he was very crass. He was saying sarcastic things. At the end of the Bible study, he was hanging out with the ladies, telling off-color jokes. He was just a rough guy. But after about 2 months of coming to our Bible study, and I don't even know why he was going, to be honest with you, but he started hearing the Word of God, and God's love and His Word started breaking this man's heart. Long story short, after about 2 years, the last visit I had with Wally, he was in his bed holding onto a cross and praying to Jesus.
What a great story.
Soon after that, Jesus took him home.
Mm.
It was just a great experience, and we see that kind of stuff all the time, Kerby.
One last time, godcaresministry.com. And again, if you'd like to get a copy of that nursing home ministry book, just remember to put in the code POV, and all sorts of great information on our website, pointofview.net. Bill, thank you for joining us today. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to talk with General Jerry Boykin about man-to-man, rediscovering masculinity in a challenging world. We'll be right back.
2020. Is there anything important happening this year? Well, not unless you consider major disputes in various Christian denominations, international tensions over a flu epidemic, economic uncertainties, and a presidential election important. Question: where will you get real news, credible opinion, clear biblical thinking on the things that matter most? Answer: Point of View Radio with Kerby Anderson and the team. You can make sure their voices continue speaking loud and clear by taking a moment right now and joining the Truth Team. It's easy, but you do have to visit our website or make a quick call. Go to pointofview.net/team or call 800-347-5151. You have the power to make a difference. Joining the Truth Team can help ensure that millions of people will get a different opinion from the major purveyors of fake news. We don't get big advertising dollars like the networks or tax money like PBS. We depend on you. Pointofview.net/team and 800-347-5151. Point of View will continue after this.
I just want to thank you so much for all the wonderful programming you have. You're just absolutely fantastic.
I recently started listening to Point of View, and I really found it interesting because of the different subjects you cover. Thank you for that.
I really appreciate everything that you do in keeping us informed.
Thank you, Kerby, for everything that you have been doing. I appreciate all the work that you're doing, advocating for the Word of God. Thank you so much.
Point of View, I think, is absolutely necessary because it's a Christian perspective, a biblical worldview perspective, and receive very current, up-to-date information about what is really going on, week to week in our culture, which is changing so rapidly, and yet it's morally sliding backwards.
Yeah, I'm just, first of all, I thank you guys. Y'all's program is wonderful, and enjoy it every day. I learn so much every time I listen to it.
Point of View Radio Talk Show.
Hi, this is Kerby Anderson. You know, each day we take on the tough issues and provide a biblical perspective to them. The topics we cover are wide-ranging. Apologetics, theology, prophecy, creation and evolution, intelligent design, marriage, family, child-rearing, the millennial generation, trends in society, politics, economics, business, religious liberty, the Constitution, public policy, foreign policy, military policy, tensions in the Middle East, abortion, homosexuality, pornography, sexual ethics, media, technology, history, and America's godly heritage. We talk about anything that affects your faith, your family, or your freedom. So don't go anywhere, because Point of View continues right now.
Across America, live. This is Point of View. And now, Kerby Anderson.
Thank you for joining us. This hour we're going to spend some time talking about this new book, Man to Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World. But also it is Military Appreciation Month, and you know how often we talk about the military when, for example, we have Kelly Shackelford on or Michael Berry of First Liberty, and certainly we want to salute those of you that have served in the armed forces. So in some respects, this is kind of a twofer, because we'll be talking about this very important issue of a ministry to men and what it really involves being a man of God, but also we certainly want to talk about the military aspect of that as well, because we bring back to the microphone, boy, it's been a long time since we've had General Jerry Boykin on with us, and you might remember, of course, as an individual that has served in Grenada, Somalia, and Iraq. Of course, one of the founding members of Delta Force, also led the Green Berets and another special operations units, very successful operations he was involved with, and most importantly, the last few years actually served as the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence in the Pentagon, also an ordained minister, and you know from time to time we've talked about how he has spoken out about his biblical faith and sometimes gotten some pushback from some people in the military, so it is just always a delight to bring General Boykin to the microphone, and thank you for joining us today here on Point of View.
Well, I'm delighted to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Let's, if we can, talk about what you and Tony Perkins have been doing. I know many of our listeners not only hear this program, Point of View, but also hear the Washington Watch. And it seems to me that any of us that tune in, you oftentimes are on the program just talking about the last weekend where it's hard to imagine that you get an Army guy and a Marine and, you know, get a few other people involved in this, go out there and minister to men. But that's really part of what you've been involved in, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. As a matter of fact, back in July of last year, we formed a men's ministry. We realized how critical it was to helping to hold families together, helping to restore the integrity of the families. We realized how important it was for the men to understand what their role is, and that sounds like a simple thing, but it's not, because obviously there's such an assault on masculinity today that men are confused. So we started a men's ministry that was based on the book, Man to Man, and the 5 things that we point out that a man is supposed to be biblically. And we've been doing, up until this COVID hit, we were doing men's conferences around the country and really trying to reach men through those.
Well, again, we have lots of information, first of all, about the book. It's now out, so people can get it both in paperback and Kindle. We also have a link, of course, to Family Research Council and some of the rest. So want to make our way through some of the material in the book and a number of different characteristics of men as provider, instructor, defender, battle buddy, and chaplain. But I thought it was striking that you begin the book by telling us a story about Cecil. What is a man supposed to be? And you refer to him as kind of a man's man, but let's, if we can, educate our listeners about your relationship with Cecil.
Yeah, well, Cecil was a man that he wasn't, in my view, the epitome of what a man is, but he was of a different generation. Cecil was my father, and he was one of these guys in 1943 that sneaked off and enlisted in the Navy and went off to World War II and came home with, wounded and with missing, the vision of one eye. But Cecil never wanted anything from this country but an opportunity. And as a result, he eventually served a second time in the U.S. Army and then finished out 32 years of working for the Marine Corps. He was about serving his country. He was about service to others. He was about having a transcendent cause. And I learned from that. I watched him. And I didn't realize at the time how much I was learning from him, but it was years later that I began to realize the impact that he had on my life. But Cecil was a man's man, and ultimately, in his 60s, even though Cecil knew the Bible, Cecil would go to church. In his 60s, Cecil finally turned his life over to Jesus Christ, and at that point, he almost became a fanatic, like he was making up for lost time.
But it is interesting to see how much a father has an impact. When I talk to people in the military, of course, one of the people we have on this program pretty regularly is Alan West, just lives down the road here from where we do this, and he sometimes sits in my chair, sometimes sits across from me and talks about the influence of his father. And it does seem to me that is, in some respects, kind of part of the difficulty that we face today, General Boykin, and that is we have a lot of young men that are growing up without a positive role model, father figure. And so we've talked about the fatherless America. We've talked about some of the challenges there. And in some respects, as you said, you're maybe not learning. It's not like your father sits down with you and pulls out a chalkboard and says, okay, today we're going to talk about integrity. Today we're going to talk about honor. Today we're going to talk about duty. But you pick up, and in some respects, most of those values are more caught than taught anyway. And like you said, you were learning from your father even when you didn't necessarily know that you were learning.
That's exactly right, and I think it's important for us to understand that families are falling apart in America today because those young men and women, girls and boys both, don't have a father in the home to help them to learn these kinds of things that I was talking about, and that's a tragedy. But remember that in 1958. The Communist Party USA wrote a book called The Naked Communist. In that book, they told us how they would take over America. And one of the things that they said they would do is that they would destroy American families because the integrity of our society is based on the integrity of the family structure. And the way they would destroy the families in large measure was they'd go after the men.
Yes.
They'd get them in distracted. They'd get them hooked on pornography. They'd get them engaged in all kinds of distractions, computer games and that type of thing. Of course, they didn't say computer games at the time, but that's what they were talking about. The principle was, we'll get men distracted, and then we will begin to denigrate the whole notion of masculinity. And will promote the women's movement. That's what they've done, and as a result of that, what we are seeing is that the average man is not sure that it's okay to be a man. He's not sure that it's okay to actually demonstrate his masculinity. And I would simply say this. As a Christian, I believe when a man comes out of the womb, he is born to be a warrior. That does not mean that, necessarily a gun-toting, although I'm a big Second Amendment advocate.
But born to be a warrior. Let me take a break. I want to come back and talk a little bit more. General Boykin with us, of course, the Executive Vice President of Family Research Council, talking about his book, Man to Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World. We'll continue that conversation right after this.
This is Viewpoints with Kerby Anderson.
A frequent phrase used these days is that we need to trust the science. But I found that often trust the science really means trust the model, which is not the same thing. Computer models are used to predict everything from the climate to the economy. Often they are inaccurate. Asking legitimate questions about these models and their assumptions is appropriate and not anti-science. When I was in graduate school, many of us worked with professors who developed computer models attempting to understand more about the environment. These models helped me learn two valuable lessons. First, you need good data for the model to accurately predict the future. No doubt you've seen the word GIGO, which stands for garbage in, garbage out. If the data you have for a pandemic model comes from China or Iran, you may not have good data. Second, a good model also needs to be based upon accurate assumptions. If you can't account for the impact of mitigation procedures, you're going to come to scary conclusions about the infection rate and the death rate. Should we have skepticism about the models used to predict the future? Well, the climate models that were developed back in the 1990s predicted rising temperatures. Instead, we had a warming hiatus that lasted for nearly a decade and a half. Global temperatures essentially remain flat. The Congressional Budget Office is given the responsibility of estimating the impact of legislation on federal revenue, but often is limited in the assumptions they can use. For example, if a tax reform bill reduces taxes, the CBO score assumes that lower taxes mean lower tax revenue. But individual investors and consumers react to lower taxes by investing more and spending more. Lower taxes might actually generate more revenue. Often, trust the science really means trust the model, but we have lots of evidence that sometimes the models are wrong. I'm Kerby Anderson, and that's my point of view.
Take Kerby and the Point of View team with you on the go with the Point of View app. Search for Point of View Radio at the Apple or Google Play stores.
You're listening to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
Privileged to have with us today General Boykin, as we've been talking about his book, Man-to-Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World. And General Boykin, you were talking about even as a child, a boy child is born, really born to be a warrior. But talk about what that means.
Well, a warrior is not what I think most people would define a warrior as. A warrior is a person that has that transcendent cause, that knows that there are things worth serving for, worth sacrificing for, and maybe even worth dying for. And the warrior is the one that will stand between what he or she holds different, holds precious, and what threatens that. So whatever you hold dear, you've got to know what threatens that, and you've got to be prepared to step in. And that, for example, is the American flag, the Constitution of the United States. The warrior is the one that will, when others are bowing at a football game, the warrior is the one that will stand in spite of what others do, because it's what he believes in, it's what he holds dear. And I believe that is what a man is supposed to do. He's supposed to come out of the womb ready to defend what he holds dear.
Well, again, in your book, you have a chapter on that, but I thought maybe we just kind of work through at least the 5 characteristics, as well as in the 6th chapter on finishing strong. But just before we do so, one of the things General Boykin always like to do is suggest that people might want to study some of these books, not individually, but as a group. And you have a whole section where you have a book study discipleship tool, how to use this book in small groups. And it seems to me that as I went through the book, you really are intending that this is not one thing for a man to read, although that's certainly beneficial, but something that could be done with group dynamics. Can you explain?
Yeah, when I wrote the book, I wrote it specifically so that men could take it and have men's small groups. At the back of each chapter, we have 10 study questions.
Mm-hmm.
I actually got Leila Gilbert, who helped me by putting in a message to the women at the end of each chapter as well. But the key thing was at the very back of the book, it tells you how to organize a men's small group, and then you have the 10 study questions from each of the 5 the chapters, and that's what it's intended to do. And there are groups that are doing that right now. In fact, what I do is when the groups invite me to do so, I'll go on a Zoom or something with them, and I'll spend a little time with them when their small group is meeting. And so it's working out exactly the way we had hoped that it would, so that men will have a guide on how to organize, but more importantly, they can read the contents of the book, talk about the 5 things that a man is supposed to be, and go to the study questions and then discuss where they stand on certain things.
So again, let's if you're listening right now, maybe just get something to write with, number 1 to 5. And chapter 1 is man as the provider. Now that makes some sense, obviously, because we have in the past always expected a man to be the financial provider. But in that chapter, you're really talking about more than that, aren't you?
I do, and I think that it's also important people recognize that a man has to provide direction, particularly in the family. And this is not just a book about parenting, but that's certainly a critical role that men play. And a man has to provide direction, and I think the best example of that is Joshua when he led his, the Israelites out into the desert after having conquered the Promised Land and divided it up, and he preached his own epitaph, and then he finished it by saying, choose ye this day which God you will serve. And he capped it off by saying, but as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. That was direction. He was providing direction. And a man also provides identity. You look at the Bible, and it's a prime example of how important it was to know for generations back who you were, where you came from, what your family history and lineage was. And a man today, there's so many young people, especially boys, that have no idea who their father is, or if they do know, they don't know anything about the father. They may know what his name is. Well, a man provides identity, and that is one of the things. My dad was an uneducated man. He didn't finish high school. He went in the Navy and went off to war. But, for some reason, he understood the importance of making sure that I knew my family lineage. And I didn't appreciate it at the time. Mm-hmm. Once again, it was years later. But what do I do now with my grandchildren and my children? I tell them who their great-grandparents were. I tell them about them. I tell them all about them. I tell them the stories that have been perpetuated and handed down through, decades. And I want them to know who they are. So the man provides that too. And then I would just say one last thing. The man provides leadership. A man is supposed to be a leader.
Yes.
And especially in a home. You cannot leave that to somebody else. You can't leave that alone to the wife. Wives are going to provide leadership in raising their family too. But you have to provide leadership in that family. You got to make tough decisions. And you got to be willing to say no to your children because you're their father first. You're not their buddy or their best friend first. That day will come. And my boys and I now we are best friends. But when they were growing up and they were in my home and under my authority, they were not my best friends. And I was not there.
Good line. Again, first one, man as a provider. Let's, if we can, before I take a break, talk about man as an instructor. And again, that means more than just, the times where you may have a family devotional or those kinds of things. A lot of that instruction, as I already alluded to, is more caught than taught. And lots of times they pick up your values as a man by seeing how you interact with others. You can tell them about honesty, but they'll see how honest you are when somebody gives you back too much money in change, or when somebody asks you something and you tell them to lie. So in some respects, we are to be that moral instructor for our families, aren't we?
We absolutely are, and I tell the story in the book of when my dad, his best friend, lost his home to a fire. And we were not, by any means, we were not a family that had a lot of money. But I saw my dad take every bit of money that he had in his pocket out and give it to his friend at a time when he was struggling to pay his own bills. That was a lesson to me. He taught me something.
Yes.
And that it so impacted me. I mean, I don't know how much it was. It was probably less than $100 that he took out of his pocket, if it was even that. But I know that I was impacted by that because he taught me something without saying one word to me, just by his actions. And that is, you're absolutely right. So much of that is not things you can teach. It's things that a child will observe. And I know that all of us can remember something that was said or something we saw a parent or another adult do when we were children that has left a mark on us, either positive or negative. And that is exactly what a man has to do. A man has to set an example. He is the instructor. Now, it's also important that a man knows the Bible. You've got to be able to provide a biblical worldview to the people around you. And not as a know-it-all or anything else, but you've got to know what the Word says. You've got to be able to look at what's happening in the world today, and you've got to be able to make the comparison between biblical prophecy or what the Word says and what you see happening around the world. And you've got to be able to take situations and provide a biblical worldview as to how do you deal with immigration? How do you deal with marriage? How do you deal with human sexuality? How do you deal with a variety of things that George Barna in his research says that less than 9% of America has a biblical worldview? That's tragic. A man has to stay in the Word and really, really commit time to understanding what the Word of God says so that he has a biblical worldview.
Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue our conversation. One of the things we like to provide to you here at Point of View are some of these little booklets on some of the topics we just mentioned a minute ago. And so as you listen to Point of View, hopefully we are educating you about a biblical worldview. But if you'd like to know more, of course, we make booklets available on all sorts of different topics every single day. We post all sorts of articles, and we've even posted information today about this book, Man to Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World. About 240 pages. You might be able to find it in your local bookstore, but we've made it very easy for you to get it online, and I would encourage you to do so. And don't forget, there's a section there on how to use this book in small groups. So if you are looking for something to encourage men to be all that God has called them to be, I think you'll find this book very helpful. When we come back, we'll talk about a man as defender, battle buddy, chaplain, and much more right after these important messages.
Having civil conversations about important issues seems to be harder and harder. Various media outlets tell people what they should believe, why they should be outraged, and getting people to actually think, well, it can be difficult. Whether it's the gospel, tax issues, social policy, or just about anything else, you need to have solid information and clear thinking to address the hard issues. You need God's truth applied. And that's what you get in less than 2 minutes with Point of View's Viewpoints Commentary, a daily resource to help you be informed and think through the things we need to be talking about. It is free and will arrive in your inbox each day when you visit pointofview.net/signup. Sometimes we know we should say something, but we're silent because we're not quite sure what to say. Viewpoints Commentary can help you break the silence and change the narrative. It can make you a more equipped agent for truth. Get your free subscription to the Viewpoints commentary at pointofview.net/signup. Pointofview.net/signup. Point of View will continue after this.
You are listening to Point of View. The opinions expressed on Point of View do not necessarily reflect the views of the management or staff of this station. And now, here again is Kerby Anderson.
Continue our conversation today with General Jerry Boykin. Again, he is the Executive Vice President at Family Research Council, and we have a link to that website, and highly recommend that you get the Washington Watch and the reports that come out on a regular basis from Tony Perkins. Of course, we also have a chance to hear that radio program, and Jerry Boykin's on with some regularity. We also encourage you to find out more about this book, Man to Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World, about 240 pages. Great material. We've talked about two different aspects of human beings and men in particular, because I think it's important for men to manifest this, but also, of course, there's a responsibility for women as well. And as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, there is a great resource in the back on how to use this book in small groups, and about 10 questions which are there as well, so that you can begin a small group study instantaneously. So some great material there. We've talked about man as the provider, man as an instructor. Number 3, man as a defender. Now, by that, of course, we recognize defending the family from physical assaults, but also it's kind of interesting, Jerry Boykin, that when we years ago had some of the people talking about the culture war, and you had very prominent individuals like Phyllis Schlafly and Beverly LaHaye and a variety of others, whether it was Eagle Forum or Concerned Women for America. I remember one man coming on this program that had actually talked about men's ministry, and he said, as much as I appreciate these women out there going out and defending Christian values, you know, we don't send women to actually defend the men. We should send the men out there. So, men, where are you out there defending these Christian values? And if there's one thing that you and Tony Perkins have done over these last many years, it's defend the Christian values that we hold so dear. And that's another responsibility for men, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, it's kind of a sad state of affairs when even in churches, when the men don't step up and do what they've been called to do, their biblical mandate, and they leave it to the women, and that's exactly what happens. And, you know, women are required to step up, and they will. And I've seen it all my life, having grown up primarily in small churches. I've seen the women step up, and I even tell the story in the book there of my wife walking in a bank one day when a guy was clearly looked like he was going to rob the bank, and the men in the bank scattered, and my wife walked up and confronted the guy. Look, she knew that if they weren't going to do it, somebody had to. And she is a warrior, you know. She is just tough. But this is one of those things. When she looked down the other end of the bank, there were two men cowering down at the other end. That's a sad state of affairs. In this country, the men need to step up and be the defenders that they're called to be. I mean, my goodness, you know, as bombastic as people may think he was, just from reading about Peter, I mean, who was it that jumped up and defended Jesus? It was Peter, and he cut off a man's ear. You know, that's the kind of people. That's what a man's supposed to be. A man's supposed to defend what he holds dear. And we, first of all, that means we got to know what we hold dear. We got to know what we value, but we also have to be prepared to defend that. And that's why I find it appalling, quite frankly, as male pastors stand in the pulpit and will not address very critical issues that are so fundamental to our biblical worldview, but they won't defend them. And that is because they don't want to offend somebody, or they're afraid of hurting attendance and all. And I say, no, you defend those babies that are murdered in the womb. You defend them. You stand up and speak about that from the pulpit. That's being a defender, defending those babies there. Defend the family by taking a stand on marriage. And I know that none of what I'm saying is very politically correct, but it's what a defender does. It's what a defender is supposed to be. And yes, we have to defend from physical harm, but we also have to defend from, you know, from these other things that would destroy or usurp or take away what we hold dear or what we value.
Well, and one of the things you talk about in the book is the bystander effect. And here is where you see the cross-cultural images, because on the one hand, they're talking about men, you're supposed to not be so aggressive and those kinds of things. But then I remember a while back, it was a mainstream media project where they intentionally had a man mistreat a woman in public to see whether or not any men would come up and intervene. And they all were at the end kind of going, shame, shame. Look, this guy was berating this woman, and all these people simply walked by. And I was at the time, Jerry Boykin, thinking, well, you've been telling men not to be defenders. You've been telling men not to get involved. You've been telling people to mind your own business. You've been telling people not to defend women. And then you're surprised that they don't. And so in some respects, this bystander effect you talk about is an illustration of what happens in a society where we don't tell men to be defenders.
That's right. And the whole idea is that you just walk on by and you'll take the attitude, well, that's none of my business, that's, look, I think I'm very clear in the book. If you ever walk by a situation where a woman is being abused and you don't do something, you don't at least try to do something, you are so wrong. You are so absolutely dead wrong. You've got to take a stand. And look, I don't know if it's just me, but I've had that happen several times, that I've come up on a situation, or a situation has presented itself where a woman was being abused, and the last thing that I intended to do was walk by that, and one time I actually had to pull a gun on a guy on the side of the interstate, and it turned out that when the police finally came and they realized that I was holding him because he was about to kill a woman, they told me to keep the pistol in while they checked on the woman. So, I know that it's a crazy world we live in, and people are, always looking for some reason to sue. But there's worse things that could happen than being sued for doing the right thing. And I'm telling you, the way men will let things happen today that could have been prevented. When they were in a position to at least try, is something that is very disturbing to me. The man's a defender. You've got to step forward, and women need to be protected, regardless of what the feminist movement says. They need to be protected not just from physical harm, but from emotional injury as well. And I find it just absolutely appalling that people will walk by an event where where somebody is literally beating up or raping a woman, and they'll walk by it and say, well, that's none of my business. And it's happening in our country today. That's not the America that I grew up in, quite frankly.
Let's, if we can, talk about another aspect of men, and that is man as battle buddy. And I noticed that Stu Weber, who I've known essentially since I get to Oregon every year, is one of your battle buddies. And in some respects, that's another part. We do these kinds of things as a group. And sometimes the women can develop these steel magnolia relationships. But even there, whether you guys are going hunting or fishing or something like that, you two are battle buddies. Explain what you mean by that.
Yeah, as iron sharpens iron, so one man, sharpens another or strengthens another. Every man needs a battle buddy. What he needs is a friend that is so close and intimate that he can share his greatest fears, his greatest joys, his greatest concerns with that person, and that person will not compromise him, and that they trust each other enough that they're willing to share intimate things, intimate details. They're willing to talk about their lives and their marriages and struggles that they're having and so forth. And every man needs at least one battle buddy like that. The problem is most men don't have that kind of battle buddy. Yeah. Stu and I developed this relationship very quickly, quite frankly, but that was because God gave me Stu as my battle buddy and me as his. Now I have a couple of other battle buddies that I can do the same thing with. And Stu lives on the West Coast. I live in Virginia. But I just got off the phone with him, in fact, about an hour before I got on with you here. He is my battle buddy, and I can call him and say, Stu, I'm struggling. I need your prayers on the following. and I know he's not going to compromise me, but I also know he's going to pray for me. Well, that's the Joshua and Caleb, you know. That's, you know, Jesus sent the disciples out 2 by 2. He knew that they needed a battle buddy with them. And most men don't have that battle buddy. They have friends. They have friends they fish with or hunt with or play golf with.
Yep.
This takes an investment of time.
Let's take a break. Again, a friendless American male. We need a battle buddy. We'll talk about another aspect of men right after this.
Now, back to Point of View, your listener-supported source for truth.
Continue your conversation with General Jerry Boykin for just a few more minutes. And again, we've been talking about his book, Man to Man, Man as Provider, Man as Instructor, Man as a Defender, Man as a Battle Buddy, and one more, Man as a Chaplain. And Jerry Boykin, first of all, of course, we've already talked a little bit about that in terms of being a spiritual leader and providing that. But I thought I'd come back to something that you mentioned earlier that picks up in this chapter, Chaplain and Bible Prophecy. And that is, we really need to understand the signs of the times. You know, it talks about in the Old Testament, the sons of Issachar were men who understood the times with knowledge of what Israel was to do. In some respects, it isn't just being a Bible scholar or at least a spiritual leader in the home. You're even talking about having kind of a prophetic emphasis, if you will, of understanding what the future holds and planning in that regard. Speak to that, if you might.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think the Bible says that we may all prophesy, so no, I don't consider myself a prophet, and most Christians don't. But we have to recognize that is a gift that God frequently endows upon us, and it's very important that we understand biblical prophecy. And look, that's something we have to be careful with too, because different writers, different teachers, theologians have different views on prophecy. But we need to know the fundamentals of prophecy. And when you look at what's happening in the world today, and you look at some of the events there, I would make the case that it's fairly easy to see Ezekiel 38 and 39 unfolding in North Africa and the Middle East. But even if I'm wrong, it is valuable for us to at least consider those things. So I think that a man needs to be well-versed in the Bible, but he also needs to pay particular attention to biblical prophecy and see how, in fact, some of the prophecy early in the Old Testament, eventually came true, and probably the most significant of those was ultimately out of the line of King David came the mother of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Well, that's important. But let me say this one thing. The Bible says that be ready in season and out of season. And you never know when you're going to have an opportunity to minister to someone. And you may say, well, I'm not really good at that. I'm not good at talking to people. That's all right. God will give you the words to say. But, I have a very good friend that was laying on the side of the highway, all but dead from a motorcycle accident, and a guy went by him, saw it, turned around and came back and prayed for him, and he's still pastoring his church today. Well, that guy didn't get up that morning expecting to wind up stopping on the side of the road and praying for a victim of a motorcycle accident there. So we need to be ready in season and out of season. And I tell in the book the story of when we went into Iran in 1980 to rescue 52 Americans from the American embassy in Tehran at the direction of President Jimmy Carter. I had no idea, but the commander of the Delta Force walked up to me the night before and said, Jerry, before we launch this operation tomorrow morning, I want you to get these men together and I want you to lead us in a prayer and a devotional. Well, I did not expect that. You can find a picture of it now on the Internet. Me standing up there with actually I had a black beard at the time and weighed about 30 pounds less than I do now. But I stood up there the next morning and I led those men in a devotional and in a prayer before we launched that operation. I did not expect that. But I was prepared because I have stayed in the Word. But you never know when an opportunity is going to come along.
So true.
And you are expected to be prepared in season and out of season. So, and that comes back to what you know, based on the time you've invested in studying the Bible, studying God's Word. And by the way, just a word to the men. I don't necessarily think that King James is the only translation that is acceptable, but whatever you're comfortable with, get you a commentary. And when you read something that you don't understand, which is frequent for me, then have a commentary that you can refer to make sure that you are really absorbing what the Word is trying to say.
Very good. Again, General Boykin has been with us. Let me just mention that we have a couple of things. First of all, if you would like to get a copy of the book, you may be able to find it in a local bookstore, but I know a lot of people aren't out traveling right now, so we have information about it so that you can get it in paperback or Kindle. Man to Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World. We've talked about those 5 characteristics. The 6th chapter on Finish Strong, such a great book, and also talks about how to use this in a small group. We also have a link to frc.org, the Family Research Council. And Jerry, for just a minute, we might just get your comments about that, because we encourage people to sign up to get the Washington Update, to learn from you and Tony Perkins and all of your staff, because right now we're fighting a cultural battle, and if you're depending upon your news and information from the mainstream media, you're going to be real disappointed and not really get the perspective that you need by getting some of the material that's available through the Family Research Council. So talk about what's available on the website right now.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Listen, we publish a lot of information. We will help, just like you are doing with your program, we will help you to develop that biblical worldview. We will give you updates on the things that are really important to us as Americans and as Christians. And one of the things that we focus, 50% of our effort is focused on religious liberty. So if you want to know what's going on in terms of persecution of Christians, in terms of court cases, in terms of litigation that's ongoing in the country, and then we defend pastors. We have a pastors network. We defend these pastors. We go all out to try and help them when they come under fire. And we have an entity within Family Research Council that really goes out, all out, to try and protect, defend, and support men and women that serve our nation in the military as well as in law enforcement. So what we try to do is put out the information that is not readily available in the mainstream media, and the information we put out is information that is significant to the issues of faith, family, and freedom. And of course, we do lobby Congress, and we have some real allies on the Hill. So it's a privilege to just be part of this.
Well, again, General Jerry Boykin, just been great to have you on the program. Again, the book is entitled Man to Man, Rediscovering Masculinity in a Challenging World. And, of course, we also have a link to frc.org. So thank you for joining us today here on Point of View.
I have enjoyed it. Thank you.
Again, some great resources. And if you find yourself saying, I didn't catch all of that, or maybe you'd like to listen to this again, you can download a podcast and listen to it. Of course, we also post it on the YouTube channel. So either way, you can go to the website and click on Watch or Listen. If you go there, you'll also find my commentary for today. And, of course, if you appreciate some of the conversation that we've been having, that is something you can also do by simply going to the website and click on the button that says Join Now or Donate Now. And we would appreciate your participation with us as well. I want to thank Doug and Steve for their help behind the scenes. Tomorrow, we're going to be getting into some of the economic consequences of the pandemic. And then we'll also spend some time talking with Michael Yosef. So we've got a lot more to cover, and we will do that tomorrow. We'll see you back here tomorrow, right here on Point of View.
2020. Is there anything important happening this year? Well, not unless you consider major disputes in various Christian denominations, international tensions over a flu epidemic, economic uncertainties, and a presidential election important. Question: where will you get real news, credible opinion, clear biblical thinking on the things that matter most? Answer: Point of View Radio with Kerby Anderson and the team. You can make sure their voices continue speaking loud and clear by taking a moment right now and joining the Truth Team. It's easy, but you do have to visit our website or make a quick call. Go to pointofview.net/team or call 800-347-5151. You have the power to make a difference. Joining the Truth Team can help ensure that millions of people will get a different opinion from the major purveyors of fake news. We don't get big advertising dollars like the networks or tax money like PBS. We depend on you. Pointofview.net/team and 800-347-5151. Point of View is produced by Point of View Ministries.
I just want to thank you so much for all the wonderful programming you have. You're just absolutely fantastic.
I recently started listening to Point of View, and I really found it interesting because of the different subjects you cover. Thank you for that.
I really appreciate everything that you do in keeping us informed.
Thank you, Kerby, for everything that you have been doing. I appreciate all the work that you're doing, advocating for the Word of God. Thank you so much.
Point of view, I think, is absolutely necessary because it's a Christian perspective, a biblical worldview perspective, and receive very current, up-to-date information about what is really going on, week to week in our culture, which is changing so rapidly, and yet it's morally sliding backwards.
Yeah, first of all, I thank you guys. Y'all's program is wonderful, and enjoy it every day. I learn so much every time I listen to it.
Point of View Radio Talk Show.